There we go. I hope that worked. Good morning, chat. So, against all logic, we are still on Case 5 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It has now been more streams to complete this case than more than half of the game put together. Cases 1, 2, and 3 were all roughly one stream apiece. Case 4 was 2 streams. And this one has been 3 so far. So more than half... Hold on. 5, 7, 8. So just a little under half of my total playtime of this game, or my total stream time of this game, at least by a number of streams, has been Case 5. This is agony. This has been a fucking marathon of a case, and it is driving me insane. I'm going to put the word out to my lovely nut roses. Okay. But if it's just us chat, then I don't have too much of a problem with that. We'll live. But without much further ado, let's... Why isn't it doing that? Not just capturing. Why is it small? Alright, I'm dealing with some very minor technical issues recently, but hopefully we will adjust and those will be dealt with in time. But for now, I think everything looks good. So, let's start with the second half of the trial of Day 3 of Episode 5 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Here we go. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Oh, we're in a different one. Why could that be? Oh, right, no, Emma. It's a Christmas miracle. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Is this the right voice? It's more like a Roshi, I guess. Emma didn't come back. No, she did not. She is busy being depressed. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Thankfully, it's all dudes I already have the voice of, so we'll be fine. Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Beeport? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. That's not how that works. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed, yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. This guy's really committed to his bit. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. God, even the judge is getting sick of this guy. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Okay, that's shirking duty. You're clearly highly irresponsible. Besides, room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Yeah, but machines fail. That's literally the reason that people still exist. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. He was off getting drunk on duty. Okay, this guy's getting fired as soon as this case is over. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of ammo. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Uh-huh. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What did you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Yeah, this one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Cross-examination. Okay, let's... Okay. Job is to keep aware. 2 times a day. Check the security systems. Street settle at the time went down. Okay, let's go over the evidence, chat, because it's been a bit. Attorney's badge, good in the baby. We don't need any of this. No, this was car. What are my options? Because I feel like the sounds are louder than they usually are. Okay, that's a little bit better. If it's a little loud for you, chat, just let me know. Files, security video, Marshall's fingerprints. So he was there. He wasn't at a street-side saloon. He was very clearly, like, inside the room. And he was in the room as it became crime scene, right?
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness! What's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the bloods... Alright, there we go. That was my impression of your terrible accent. I sound nothing like that, partner. That is simply offensive. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Is it feel red, my dick? Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. That is a very wild coincidence. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Okay. I guess we just press him for now. And the witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. But why? I thought those lockers were only for detectives. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. A Marshall's own locker. Okay. Just happening? Just press everything. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wouldn't man, it's no mystery. Please explain! My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. That is a crazy coincidence. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? What's stained in the fingerprint are completely unrelated. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh, yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. I don't think buzzards eat blood. I think it's usually the corpse that the blood is inside of. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Yeah, this isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Man, it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Let's press that.
It was you, partner.
Ah! Oh my fucking god, was she? Hello! Welcome back. Just fucking... I didn't have Discord open on my window, or OBS was covering it, so I didn't see you join. You scared the shit out of me. Oh, hello, Witchy.
Jay, how you doing?
I'm glad someone else is here, because this is a marathon. We're 3 streams in, and we're still not done with this case.
Oh, by the way, you're not streaming in Discord.
Oh, excellent. Let's fix that. We don't need 60 FPS for Phoenix Wright. That's not Discord. Why are you suggesting that? Okay. So. Unfortunately, Emma has run off in a huff. I don't remember why. Something about her sister being dead or whatever. I wasn't really paying attention. She's not here. Currently we have...
all the voice acting is on you now?
Well, actually, I was about to say, we have Phoenix, Edgeworth, Marshall, and the Judge. So if you'd like to take over any of those 4,
I'm probably gonna take over Judge because he's not saying so. He's not talking too much.
Alright. It doesn't. You don't have to be good. So don't beat yourself up. If it's a stupid voice, that's perfect. That's what I gave the judge to.
Okay.
Want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? ... If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spot?
Places you can't see. Why do I have to explain this to you? Like in Five Nights at Freddy's. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Do
you have any evidence?
Let's review this video. Look at Marshall's locker. Remember the cloth that was sticking out?
Yeah.
There's this. Glove falls. Goodman gets... Marshall's locker all the way. You can see Meekins go by. Look, there's no cloth there. We saw the cloth sticking out before. And then all this goes down. Meekins does his bullshit. Then fucking Goodman loses to Officer Meekins somehow. Okay.
Changes.
It pans away. I hate the Badger. And Meekins is fucking sitting on the ground. Goodman's locker is left open. There's a handprint on the Badger, I just noticed that.
There is?
Look, the cloth!
It's not sticking out.
There's a cloth sticking out of his locker. Someone must have gone in and done something to Marshall's locker during that moment. And it's Marshall's locker, so only he could have opened it. Because the light was off.
Yeah, you're right. Because it probably could have been the person Meekins thought to.
Yeah. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now, Anne, let's have another look at the video.
This is an excellent judge voice. Oh god. Okay, fast forward. Can I, like, double fast forward? Can I just... Okay, there's that. And then Meekins. And then... To be fair, I would also probably attack Officer Meekins on sight. Okay. There!
Objection!
Right? I hope so. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You're on trial! I'm not submitting to your stupid fucking challenge. Also, who let him bring a knife into a courtroom? I get that it's, like, part of his shaving animation, but, like, that's... You can't bring weapons into a courtroom. That's just not a thing that happens. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Technically it's 10 words because of the very well, but, you know. I guess he's only using it to shave. He's not like... If you brought a weapon into court and then attacked someone with it, you'd definitely be ejected. I mean, if you brought a weapon in at all, you'd be ejected, but, like, I guess a statement could be made that he's not attacking anyone. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. there, right there. Sorry, my little brother's doing Legally Blonde for his high school play, and a bunch of the songs are stuck in my head now.
God, nice.
Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry. That locker of their white cloth sticking out. That was their witness, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Look, there's a handprint on the badger's cheek.
Oh yeah, I see now.
Huh. I wonder if that'll be important later. Probably not.
Well, I bet it Gumshoe's print, so probably.
Yeah.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. What? No, Only the assigned detective Fritz can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Only you could have opened that locker, dingus.
You're the detective.
You've literally told us it was your locker. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. You colossal dumbass. Now, Witchy, you weren't here for this, but literally a few minutes ago, we told him that only the locker that or rather, only the detective that owned the locker could open it. So he was just informed about the ID lock.
What a dumbass.
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why's everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because you forgot the thing we literally just told you about. You fucking idiot.
You just said yourself.
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
He is dumb.
He really is a massive fucking idiot. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. What? Okay. Watch this. A fingerprint sensor? We just told you about this, guy. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. No, in any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. You know, dumbasses. And that's coming from me, Dick Gumshoe. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh, it's beef jerky.
What?
I only got 1 word for you, partner. Oh!
Order! Witness, explain yourself!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Eating beef.
Order! Please answer the question!
That is Spaniard bullfighting, not cowboys. I appreciate the effort, Your Honor, but I'd workshop that one a little. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, Ren, where was the witness?
Standing where Goodman was. Because Goodman wasn't in there. Marshall was. He was disguised as Goodman. It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then,
Oh, sorry.
let's hear it.
No, it's not.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Can we save before that?
Right here. Because he was dressed as Goodman.
V is for a victim, or
I fucking
Oh.
I hope so. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
yeah, he was saying that here.
That's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. This is so fucking stupid.
But it can work.
Look, fucking... Okay.
Dude, it's Phoenix
So-
Wright. Get over it.
Look at this guy. And now look at this guy. What? They don't look similar. Even remotely. Even if Marshall was dressed up as Goodman, they would look nothing alike. I
Or
think...
perhaps Meekins is just blind.
Yeah. You see, right? Officer Meekins fell into a vat of chemicals, damaging his sight. God damn it. Oh, you see, I dipped Meekins' head in a vat of acid, destroying his visuals. Von Karma, you monster! I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Oh, when I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir! Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? Fucking, even in a flashback, Meekins pulls this shit on us. I suddenly pulled a knife on me! Oh, right, and... Right. And
Oh, and he has a jackknife with him.
literally been brandishing a jackknife this entire fucking case. This man had his
Officer
ID
Meekins,
card.
this is for you.
Yeah.
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. Exclamation point! As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. So
Oh,
again,
you're so
Witchy, you weren't here for this, but this is the second time Marshall has dissed the judge's beard. So this is becoming a pattern.
guilty. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of the doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim?
Oh my god, it's hard.
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. Wait, hold on. No.
Phoenix, you do.
Do we ever see Goodman's face in this video?
No,
I don't think we do. Don't see it there.
You know, the white clothes could have been sticking out of Marshall's locker because he was dressing into his casual uniform.
Because he was changing out of Goodman's clothing.
Yeah, probably.
So that would mean that Goodman's clothing, unless he took it out, is still in Marshall's locker. This... Yeah, the flag covers his face, so we... Wow, the flag literally perfectly lines up so we don't see Goodman's face. That is some bullshit.
Very nice.
That is some bullshit right there.
It's Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, but like, come on, just fucking, it's so stupid.
Marshall, you lucky son of a bitch.
Yeah, there's Marshall. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah! This can't be happening! It's so obvious he's the one! Oh, what can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise.
The
But
locker?
rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
I know!
What do you mean?
I saw the blood stain on his shoulder.
There's no... His clothes were bloody, so he had
Yes.
to ditch them.
Yes.
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense argument, Officer Jack Marshall dressed up as a Detective Goodwin at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just exactly is this piece of cloth?
His bloody outfit. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take yet another look at this security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
This fucking music! I'm gonna hear this music, like, just out. I'm gonna, like, be in, like, some government building, hear this music, and then kill the ambassador of Turkey. Like, this is fucking infuriating.
Jesus.
There!
Yeah, here.
His clothes were bloody, so he had to ditch them, because you can't just walk around a police station with bloody clothing.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman, and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end, yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When you asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. Y'all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. Gotta put on some fucking Red Dead music. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. But wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Oh, there's that cleared up.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand, the dumbass. I guess as he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Just press everything. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner. The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It's going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. If Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation, why does he care so much about it? Phoenix, you know why! Look at the victims. Neil Marshall, his father, brother, son, sister. I guess Neil isn't necessarily a guy's name. Someone in his family. Like, obviously someone someone who, maybe his husband, I don't know, someone who had his last name. That was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Press that! Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I just told you. If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
The detective's ID card?
Yeah, you fooled the camera pretty well, because we couldn't see your face.
I stole that the morning of the incident. That really was what Goodman... Blah, blah, blah. So that's why... Why is this so difficult? So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost time report. Jesus, that was way too hard. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. You can remove them, though. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. That's assault of an officer? Like, that's a crime. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. You attacked a fellow officer. That's assault. That's a crime. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Not like we're judging you for knocking Meekins out, but bro.
Oh yeah, like, no, I totally would also knock out Meekins if given the chance, but like...
You wouldn't just knock him out, you would point a knife at him, Jay.
That's true.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of a person.
That sure
A
is
good one, of course.
That sure is a way to describe him, Your Honor.
Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. Though I will admit, I did have a lot of fun. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and
And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would... sorry, I had a little bit to drink before I came into court today. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? Being unconscious? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. A baby that had been punched in the head repeatedly and stabbed in the hand.
Maybe over burger pants.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, on that day...
There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. Assault is still a crime! So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edward? Where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of humor.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why?
Why? Tell us more.
Because Neil Marshall. Look at this! Yes, I do know why. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. But I have to. It's the quenchiest. I didn't bring any water. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago,
Oh,
he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
Yeah, that's like the only job people of import have in this series is either prosecutor, defense attorney, some officer, the only judge, or murder victim. Those are the only jobs in Ace Attorney. You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands.
What's his real relation to you?
He was my brother. He looks like Nishiki. Hold on.
oh my!
Here, I'm pulling up a picture of Nishiki. Why is the first autofill Akira Nishiki on the X reader? That is not in my search history. I demand an explanation, Google. Here. Copy image. This one.
Coffee in it, the stream.
The open source properties. Open, here we go. Copy. He looks like Nishiki with a cowboy hat.
Yeehaw!
What? Is it? I think it's just the hair. The like.
Yeah, it's probably just the hair, but
Chat, are you seeing this? That's just Nishiki in a cowboy hat.
Are you seeing this shit, Chad?
Specifically, it's like evil Kiwami 1 Nishiki.
It's evil cowboy Nishiki.
It's evil cowboy Nishiki! Oh no! He came back from the dead just to be murdered!
All this time, Nishiki!
He came back from the dead to be murdered in an entirely different game! He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Wow, this guy just radiates evil vibes. Joe Dark. A brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. I mean, unless they were armed and a serial killer, and your brother wasn't. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Sorry, I had to teleport my hat back onto my head so that I could make this finger gun gesture.
Well, at least one thing's for certain.
This guy's completely off the shits!
Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place in the police department that day. Oh, wait, shit. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Shit. It's gotta be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which means that Lana Skye totally murdered Detective Goodman because Goodman could totally have been there. Fuck! God damn it, Phoenix, we screwed ourselves!
Lana, we tried!
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Fuck! Wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remain the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Oh, you said just completely lost it.
I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached a conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. They didn't realize it would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, time for verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the PD. That's the last blood when I came before 4 p.m. Identification. still don't know who this was. The 7 Sevens.
Who could it be? And how can it help us? I think we should save the game and just object with every evidence we have.
The handprint was there. It was dancing in the room at the time of the murder.
You meant the handprint on the badger?
Yeah, it was there earlier. It was supposedly dancing in the room at the time of the murder. Fuck. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bullshit. We're going to practice the ancient politician art of lies and deceit until we come up with something.
You're the most professional defense attorney I've ever met.
Ah! Emma!
Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
Man has an objection! A scientific objection!
So I shoved Marshall out of the witness stand. Ow! My fucking leg!
Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
I fucking maybe. Am I Maya's? Your Honor? In a sense.
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Oh, thank you. I was kind of a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killing.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
Do you mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But those fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I Oh, sorry.
No, it's not. It's okay. No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find the clue. Stop using scientifically,
Please,
Emma.
I don't... You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
Except this time I wore my science goggles. So, did you find something?
No.
Oh, alright, guilty! Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
If you didn't find anything, why are you here? Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
That's what I've been telling you this entire case! I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have.
Did we not test to see who that blood belonged to?
I think we did. But I don't remember who it belongs to.
Right.
If we can find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. He's not, Emma.
I just got a really stupid idea.
If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy.
Thumbs up! Well done, Mr. Wright. With regard of an incident in the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Hold on. Uno momento. Yes, there is. The badger was standing right in front of it.
Oh.
The badger was standing right in front of that locker.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can be more of use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Is something I'm missing? Save? I object! The badger was standing in front of that locker. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. Why don't you grasp this dick?
You've been staring pretty intentionally on those floor plans.
And at Mr. Edgeworth!
Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of that blood mark.
Let us pray that the fence isn't simply trying to buy time.
I would never do that, Your Honor. Also, like, at what time does this courthouse close? Like, and we all have to leave, and we have to give this another day? Just asking for a friend.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan?
This stupid fucking mascot. Oh. What about that piece of plywood? Also, I shoved Emma out of the way so that I could be back on the witness stand. The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. I am the Great Saiyaman, the Blue Badger Man.
I am the Blue Badger in the flesh, Your Honor.
I am... He, like, puts on, like, takes the face of the Blue Badger and puts it in front of his face. It's me, the Blue Badger. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
Fucking look at the thing! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would have been impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?!
So that means, just exactly what does it mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright,
Ah!
take it for scientifically.
When did you get there? Emma! What the fuck are you standing there?
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? Yeah, because he went to the evidence room. After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a headprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such
Far-fetched balderdash!
in my courtroom.
Thank you.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but also you're the one who let me cross-examine a parrot. So I feel like you don't really get to make that claim anymore. But it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Oh. Something, like, got caught under my desk. And didn't know what it was. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? There is that number on the ID record that we don't have a place for yet.
I don't know.
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the officer Meekins being caught by Jake Marshall, who was poisoned as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room.
Wow, this is some Scooby-Doo bullshit! That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves that it is in fact some Scooby-Doo bullshit.
Well, it is Scooby-Doo bullshit. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Ezra said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present this evidence?
No.
Oh my god! What shows it?
I'm not going to read it.
Wright shows where the first crime took place. Emma's here, so I can take over the judge again if you want me to.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to keep doing the judge, you do have an excellent voice for him.
Yeah, I will take over the judge.
It's this name that it's the 7/7s that we don't have a name for, so it must have been taking place at 420. Right?
Yeah.
Let's find out! If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
And ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 5:40 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh, sorry, Judge.
No, it's okay.
4:40 p.m. Messenger! Just what have you done?
Oh my god, are we straight up accusing Edgeworth of the murder? That never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Yes.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7/7s.
Mr. Ed, look into this ASAP.
Oh, there's another fucking day! Oh!
You know, those lucky number is 77.
It's 7/7s.
77s. Thank you.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Oh, he said it 8 times. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least the present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous! Just how— I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against the I'm sorry. If an official charge filed against an
Executive
is accepted.
An official charge. We're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you kept your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked at her ID number, and it's not the 77s. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
It's a nine incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
What?
Oh shit. Did we execute an innocent man? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Oh fuck, you falsified evidence and got a man executed, didn't you, Lana?
Lana.
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Okay, but you see, the problem is when you falsify evidence, you don't have evidence that it was him. So you don't really know if he deserved that verdict, because you didn't have conclusive evidence, because you had to falsify evidence. Oh my god! How did you get this job?
But look.
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Mr. Wright, I changed my mind. You can execute her.
Yeah, can I stop defending her now? See? This is what I'm talking about. No. No!
Unfucking
Just gives up on the gavel and, fires the shotgun into the roof. Chaos in the courtroom couldn't be understated. We would have to wait until the following day.
To be continued. Really?
Continued. It's been an hour. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I am going to take a break. I'm gonna make some food. Cause I'm fucking starving. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna make some. Yeah, me too.
Alright. Chat, take 5, get yourself some food, because we are apparently far from fucking done with this case. So I'm gonna go make some food. I'll be right back. Witchy, thank you for sitting through this with me. Harass our friends so that they join us, because I think we're gonna need all the help we can get for this. I'll be back in a few.
You're right. Hmm?
Okay, chat. We're back. I got a frozen chicken parmesan. It's a comfort meal. This is my brain food. Nothing like frozen chicken and grain to really get the brain juices flowing. I'm gonna open my window, get some natural light in here. Maybe that'll help my investigation and my general floundering mental state. Because, oh my god, this case is so fucking stupid. And it just keeps going, and going, and I'm so angry. This case is still not over somehow. Oh, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Okay.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just...
You don't sound like you're okay.
This case just keeps going. Hold on. I'm adding everyone. One. Please, me and Witchy can only take so much on our own. I mean, you have been a delight to have, Witchy, because I'm pretty sure I would have completely given up on this series by now, because it just keeps going. But for both of our sakes, I can't keep doing all the voices. There's so many. There's so many voices. Okay.
And yeah, you've been carrying like, how many? 4 or 5 characters on your own?
Yeah, here we go.
Like Phoenix, Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe, Judge, Marshall.
Yeah.
A lot of them actually.
Basically anyone that isn't a woman. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
As the crimes require drastic measures, that's just the way it is, yes. We executed an innocent man on falsified evidence. I'm totally still in the right and deserve to be defended.
I didn't know. I never knew that the CL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
The daughter convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file.
It's actually several files, Emma. I only have so much fucking time.
We do, Phoenix, we do. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother...
That's just Nishiki in a cowboy hat. I'm never gonna be able to unsee that. That's just him.
So that basically makes Jake Marshall a Kiryu Marshall then.
Oh shit. It's... You're right.
Just think about it, just think about it.
You're right. Oh shit, this is a Yakuza game.
Well, yeah, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
Hmm? Oh. Sorry, Emma. I'm eating my lunch while you're recounting your tragic backstory. Would you like some of my chicken parmesan?
Yes, I would, Mr. Wright, thank you.
What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? I was Joe Dark. We had the same fucking idea.
Yeah,
you know how Officer Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman? I dressed up as Joe Dark and murdered 6 people.
Out-to-cloud communication. On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you? He's a serial killer, Phoenix. That's sort of their thing.
That's what they do. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes, I killed him. I was the witness in the Joe Dark's trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Alright, writers, don't sprain your wrist jerking yourselves off. Like, I wasn't that crazy of a twist. Also, like, if you read through the case file, you can see that she's a witness. Like, this isn't new information. You can literally see Emma Skye listed as a witness.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. Thunder? I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she's finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
So dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
He has a name, Phoenix.
Yeah. Thanks for keeping us posted on all these plot points that we literally just learned about like a minute ago.
Joe Dark tried to kill me hostage.
I don't think you kill your hostages. I mean, at least not as you take them. No wonder this guy got caught. He was a shitty serial killer.
But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
what do you think happened, Phoenix? He died!
Fucking take a shot in the dark, Nick!
These two have worked each other.
I will never forget it. The lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the... I didn't
Sorry.
use it. No, it's okay. But I saw then burnt a permanent picture of my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture. It's called a memory, Phoenix. Hell?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Oh god fucking damn it, Lana. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted a guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about that. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence.
I mean, he could have. It's just also possible he didn't.
Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could just testify properly, none of this would have happened.
That's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Yeah, look! Without the hat, that's just Nishiki in a cowboy jacket.
Doug knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
His hair
Fuck, can I meet one child that didn't, like, witness a murder?
What's wrong with the children in this universe? Like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
For Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident.
Well, yeah, I think you were in the wrong courtroom. Look, it's empty. No one responded to my testimony. It's like the judge and the jury weren't even there. Emma, I think you were in the wrong courtroom.
try, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. I've never met a good artist that was 14. It's a joke. I know a lot of excellent artists. I guess I don't know how old most of you are, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow... I'm sorry, I decided that when I grew up, I would become a scientific investigator.
Witnessing that murder traumatized me so severely that I decided to take a job where I would almost exclusively be interacting with other murders. What the fuck?
Well, you can't blame her for that, because Phoenix changed his whole career to meet Edgeworth.
Yeah, that's a reasonable series of actions, because Edgeworth is bad as shit. But, like, this girl was traumatized by a murder, so she decided, yes, I'm going to expose myself to even more murder cases. Like, that's not... You don't exposure therapy witnessing a murder.
Yeah. And find the evidence to make it an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery here. Joe Dark has been taken in questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? No! Phoenix, by the fucking garbage collectors. Who do you think was questioning the serial killer?
Phoenix, how are you a lawyer? Of course, it happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
Silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was the detective.
What the fuck? Why would you not share that information?
I'm a loss of words, I'm sorry. Deep breath in, deep breath out. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
That's news to all of us, Phoenix! After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred into the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
It's a weird career path. Lana used to be a detective?
Silly?
I better have another talk with her. Alright then. To the detention center! February 24th, detention center visitors room. Hi, Lana.
Lana,
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? Because we're not criminals! Because you are a prosecutor! It is literally your job description to uphold the law. That is your entire deal. I will throttle you. I am gonna be guilty of a murder.
you're wrong, and that person might have been found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. I just did it anyway. Lana, you're a fucking idiot. Emma told me about you. Oh?
That you're
About how
a
you were a
bitch.
detective 2 years ago, and how you were a lot smarter then. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Ha! A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Huh. That seems to be a theme. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you would always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Or maybe it was a murder at 5:15, but it was 2 years ago.
Goodman's actually been dead for 2 years!
Yeah, because the detective was also good, like...
Yeah.
Oh no, he was a prosecutor. No, then I'm mistaken. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with the knife. Why would you do this in the first place, I wonder? Lana? I don't understand.
Yeah, it makes 2 of us, Emma.
Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could have even been filed.
That sounds irresponsible. But really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became detective was...
To gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. And Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That's when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
Sort of weird that they would just, like, that a known serial killer would just wander into police headquarters to be questioned.
Yes, and not lock in the doors.
Yeah. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room, and the door wasn't locked for some fucking reason. And none of them were armed, either. From there, he ran straight to the office, shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, and Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? Right, quite a coincidence, I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I wonder why, Lana.
I guess he wasn't convinced with their ruling against your dog.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that David Gantz and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. To the police department! To the police department!
Department.
Oh, hey, Marshall. Howdy, Bambina.
Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Hey, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Really?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Question?
Yeah, you get some of those when you're investigating a crime. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Fucking yes! That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
Yeah, like all the dead people.
Mr. Wright.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
When he died, he was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Well, they were brothers.
You really can't tell Phoenix is like the only child.
Yeah.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Oh, come on!
Interesting. Is it interesting, Phoenix? It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
You know when, like, someone goes from being an employee in a grocery store to a member of management and they become a complete asshole? It was a lot like that. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. Become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh, he was kind of cool in the end. Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. It's just those two guys that never move. Poke them. Oh, they're made of wax.
Burn them. That must mean everyone busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision on what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officer or anything.
Like, jabs Emma's shoulder with his elbows, like, ha ha ha! No, that's... Thank you, sir. We'll get right on that. Shut up, Emma. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Oh, I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's
Emma! We just got told we can't do that. Alright, to the chief's office.
Emma, if only you
Oh
remain
my god, he has a
silent,
fucking
would
pipe
be...
organ.
What the fuck? Oh, I hate it.
Whoa, where am I?
Looks like a church. Looks like a church.
Yeah.
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said in the. At least that's what it said in the door.
I got that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in the kindergarten. Please don't play it. They used to call me a little Miss Bach. Bach.
Bach. Bach.
I thought I was a genius.
Oh, that's loud.
Is it really that loud? I never could remember where C was.
Fucking. Ooh.
Oh, shh.
Ah!
Oh my.
Have you been standing there the whole time? Oh, yes! Oh, here's my office. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kinda busy lately. Oh, I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Oh, that's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's big brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. What's not right with this picture?
The ways.
The trophy. There's no sword.
No, I mean like, remember the broken vase that we saw in the evidence room?
Yeah.
It's behind Lana.
Holy shit, you're right. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so that jar that was in the evidence locker is there. And the trophy looks weird.
Can we save the game before that?
Also, well, we're not going to present anything. I think we just caught some interesting details that will come up later.
Oh,
Also-
okey-dokey.
That spear point is oddly well highlighted. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Yeah, team picture added to the court record. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna look up here, so let's go up together.
This office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, that case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Oh, perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Oh, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we are welcome.
Seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. 'Cause it's my fucking office!
You mean like clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. I think I know a guy. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
Oh, most definitely. She fucked up severely. I mean, that's basically what it all boils down to. It falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
I mean, geez, your sister really screwed the pooch on that one. I mean, it was a serious blunder. Gumshoe. What?
Gumshoe, how are you a detective?
Why is she crying? But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? That wasn't your best choice of words, pal.
Guilty party?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. You know, like how he murdered his dad? I disproved that. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Go out for lunch again sometime, my treat! Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Hey, actually, I took a... Hold on, give me a second, buddy. Give me a second, pal. Cool.
Take a sip of water.
Take a drink of my Coca-Cola. My cola drink that isn't sponsored. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Huh. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? I don't know her.
Hey, how was that some girl?
Oh! Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? I might jog his memory.
Let's talk to him a little bit more first. Joe Dock was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. His name was Joe Dock. He's 42 years old, and he lived in the northeast section of Japanifornia, where all the villas are. Hold on, I gotta pull up Yoshikage Kira's speech. Gotta do that whole thing in the Gumshoe voice. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? Well, he had a thing for hands. On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
His car? So, it was an accident?
Yeah, he was a drunk driver. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Killed a man that witnessed the thing. The jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That would have been terrible. That last witness, aka Emma. Let's show him the switchblade.
The knife. This is for you, Gumshoe.
This is yours now. About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again!
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anymore, right?
Emma, I thought you did! Yeah, that's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You're just an unparalleled detective, Gumshoe.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, I'll take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
I don't remember. The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gann. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? Where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now, but his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Please.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really? Oh, like have a guest ID card, right?
But if I let a I think we lost ours.
Shit.
I think Marshall took it from us. But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
Yeah, let's just use this dead guy's ID card. Yeah, that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
He's already dead. I don't think he will object.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they thought of that. They removed his card from the system. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
No, but I do want to talk to someone. Because the trophy being different is weird. And there's just...
Oh.
Where the fuck is the...
You wanna find
Underground
the
parking lot.
Edgeworth's office?
Yeah.
Oh.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where detectives are.
We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
I thought we were finally making some headway into our case.
Yeah, 3 days in, I thought we were finally making some progress.
Unfortunately, we don't, Mr.
No.
Wright.
But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Yep. 3 days this case has gone on, and we're even further back than where we started.
Hey in there, Lana.
I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow.
So tomorrow's gotta be the final day of this case.
I fucking hope so.
Ha! A ladder!
That's a stepladder.
What's the difference? In scientific terms, please.
Scientific, huh?
Look at the basic nature of the thing, Mr. Wright.
This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Ha! We had a very similar conversation with Maya during an earlier case. Alright, let's talk to Edgeworth. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
Yes, it's my last will and testament. I'm going to kill myself. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. It's like glances over and it's like a drawing of him and Phoenix. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk on that. You can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded with this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh, yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. No, I'm right. Shut up, Wright. Let's show him the picture.
Yeah, the picture.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. What is gumshoe?
What?
No, it's nothing.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. No, I'm right. That's Emma.
Shut up, Wright.
Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
Story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to elaborate on that? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake.
Hey.
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
I can't believe we're just objecting his office.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So...
I just had a horrible fucking thought. Oh god. Later,
okay,
later.
Grandpa?
Not on this stream. Emma, go. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. I gotta cough.
Okay.
Okay, Emma, go.
You okay, Grandpa?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize.
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. That's so, why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Intriguing. I'm gonna look around your office.
Again.
A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect.
What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes.
Just like Edgeworth.
It's polished so well, I can see my own reflection.
Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe?
Maybe I'll take that name plug as a souvenir.
Don't, he'll sue you. Don't take my nameplate, please. Yeah, the paper he threw. Wonder what he was writing before.
Fan fiction. Come on, Mr. Ray, let's take a look.
I'm standing right here.
No one
Crazy?
cares,
Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Okay, like he goes to unbutton his jacket. Like, no, just talk to him. Hey, Edgeworth. Like, sits on the couch next to him. What's up? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window out there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What?
What letter of
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside of me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. We just took it! Okay.
You're not going anywhere, bitch.
You're not going anywhere, Edgeworth. Bye. Edgeworth, you can't resign. I literally chose my entire career path because you were a prosecutor. Excuse me. Oh, fuck, it's this lady. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? The star. I guess she's out of lunches. You really are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person. I'm not reading the rest of that line.
What?
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for this transfer. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. Instant wanna stab Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Or his hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's the name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. It must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her also more desperate. Her? Lana Sky.
My sister?
No, the other Lana Sky, you stupid bitch. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's how we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Duck got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious that the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you didn't have to prove anything illegal was done.
She admitted to it in a court of law. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
He wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. He was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? Yes, he could pick up a spoon without ever flexing his fingers, it just stuck to his palm. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SM9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
What? But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude that there must have been her reason for her change. Last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to make a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh boy. There's a lot going on. Oh, let's show this letter of resignation to Gumshoe. That'll have a great impact. Like, hey, that guy you're so worried about, he's giving up. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
Yes, I'm still here, right? Like, I work here, dumbass.
Yeah, I work here, pal. Like, where else would I be?
You're a DJ?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. You'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. A knife!
We do have a knife! Let us in! Let us into the chief's office!
Oh
Show
yeah,
us. Yep.
we can.
It's paper. what's this crumpled up piece of paper? What? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He's trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket.
Thank you, baby.
Say what you will about Gumshoe's investigation skills. He's about as loyal as a person can be. And I think that's exactly the kind of person Edgeworth needs.
Here goes Mr. Wright.
There's a bomb!
Woohoo! Gant's just like standing inside the door with a gun. Now what did you think was gonna happen?
We're in. If anyone finds us now, we're as
Detective
good as
Gumshoe's a
dead.
goner. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
She punched him again, didn't she? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. You're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room. Is that your sister's? I don't have a sister.
Detective, I wasn't talking to you.
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touched the desk?
No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who was in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Ah, you wouldn't be. No.
Committing the crime.
No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? Someone tells you don't worry about it. It's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do you think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps
Large.
it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. He is very large. There you go, ignoring me again. Let's do some investigation!
Safe?
Like this large organ. Well, I want to look at, Lana's side first. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him play in it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building! When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him into his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
Music soothes the soul.
Well, he also shoots you with a gun the entire time he does it. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
Aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. And then went along with Chief Gate to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think?
A loser.
These shelves were mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Can we take a closer look at this?
I don't think so.
Nah.
No.
Yeah.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash right through it and jump outside. Don't do that, Gumshoe.
No, sure,
this
it's
is-
15th floor.
This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since being a detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gaucho has a lot of dreams.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has suicidal tendencies.
Like, pal, I'm going to be fired anyway, so what's the point
So-
of leaving?
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Come on, Phoenix. Nice chair.
Phoenix, why are you a bitch?
This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a
Meticulous cleaner.
Meticulous cleaner, thank you.
Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Did Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Hey, with the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime?
Well, I mean, he mentioned the cleaning lady who's been coming to the office every morning, so...
Oh yeah. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. You say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. No!
No, we're not going to break into a 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Don't tell me. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... No.
Ah!
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Phoenix, what do you...
I'm feeling lucky.
What? Oh,
I'm a genius! Bingo.
Chief Gant?
Chief Gat?
We have several questions. And no, you can't question us. Why we opened your safe?
What number did you enter?
Yeah, also, we just, like, cracked open the Chief of Police's personal safe. Like,
But
this
who
is
cares?
definitely a crime. Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
First, I want to see if I can find that evidence thing that was in his desk.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking
It's
of
large
that,
as him.
we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. But that paper he was reading in his desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I wonder what this is doing here. No, before that. Hey! I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. Well, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about the case.
Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Oh, it's just a... Can't read it.
Yeah.
Wait,
The fuck? Wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
what is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it for now. What if this is the drawing that Emma made of the murder?
Yeah, I was thinking about the same. Are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I'd better not forget about this picture.
Gonna present it in the court. Oh, by the way, did we take a look in the safe?
Let's do that. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Gumshoe, we're not stealing from the chief of police.
Already gave you 15 bucks.
Look, it's a
A shard from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there's something else in here too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all what was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
You just broke up in some office, like
of
opened the
cloth?
safe and stole evidence.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get to them.
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show to the detective.
What if we show them the rest of the jar?
Yeah.
Yeah, a piece is missing. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. It was yesterday.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from the case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? I mean, this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Yeah, that one that was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments.
Fragment.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here goes.
Here's some glue. Sorry.
No,
I
no,
can
no.
piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Aha!
Ding!
I'm a genius.
Bravo, bravo!
There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
What do you... Is it... There's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Well,
Show it
what
again?
if we... Because there's a
Uh-huh.
handprint on the piece of leather. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
It was Phoenix's idea!
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
Sheesh!
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. What? No.
No, it's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints.
Sprinkle.
Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been observed... I think she explained it before.
Yeah, what are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with.
Phoenix, we never knew your mom, so...
Okay. Give him a best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we're gonna get a clear result from this print. Alright, let's try a different finger. Aha!
Hey,
Just,
Isn't that enough yet?
do I need to apply even more dust? There's so much aluminum everywhere. There we go, Jesus.
No, no, no.
Emma?
What the fuck?
Emma?
Uh...
I got some questions for you. Oh. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints are they?
Just shoot her.
Huh? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they were Dark's prints.
Hey, you! Over here! What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me! Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh, now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it weren't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gate! I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Oh, then. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Please, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir.
No.
Now get out! Yes, sir! We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Actually, this is my daughter, and she will be leaving with me. Goodbye. Like, picks up Emma and walks out.
I mean, it appears you, for Phoenix to be her guardian.
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed saint.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Wait, does he just leave? He just fucking bails? Phoenix! Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? But you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. I'd have seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. Think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
Okay, so we,
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Hi, Lana. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. There was a witness testimony, Phoenix! That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Well, that's easy. It's Mike Meekins! No, it's obviously King. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I don't know. Maybe the fucking the cloth or jar that he concealed parts of, the evidence list that he damaged. Let's start with the jar. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon was while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. So I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. She saw me just as I plunged the knife in. The star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I did never want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister, to tell her what had happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. It seems he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
To be continued.
Ah! We're not done! Hold on. What does it say? Does it just say trial, or does it say trial former?
I don't know.
Ah! Ah! Fuck it. I'm breaking out my fucking jet fuel caffeine powder. I'm finishing this fucking case. Witchy, I don't know what time it is for you, but you should probably go to sleep, because this is probably gonna go on for a while.
No, I'm feeling alright. Just, I was preparing for your stream because I took like a 5-hour nap, and I'm feeling great.
Hey, if
Because
you're not,
this is,
I'm
not tired. I'm not tired.
I don't want you to like destroy your sleep schedule or anything. But if you're willing to leg this out with me, I'm ending this fucking episode today. We are finishing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney in this stream. Alright?
Come on, we gotta do this.
Okay, chat. Let's do this. Game 1, Episode 5, Final Day. Rise from the ashes. Let's fucking do this shit. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth? Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured that out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to who you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. She didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. The first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past. A previous case, or an unsolved case, has never had anything to do with a case in the present day, right? Except for that one, that cleared my innocence. That didn't happen. It depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Okay, I'm putting one more word out to the Discord. Marathon time. We're ending this game.
Actually, Jay, wait. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Alright. This is it. I'm never gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now. Here we go, chat. Let's finish this. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Probably this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. Well, how's everyone doing? Hi, Izzy. Been back to the pool, yes? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Huh! Well, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, Oh, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? I haven't heard what she intends to say. I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Right, you
What's your request?
Oh, you're back. You're back. Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Fuck.
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
But when have we ever given a shit about how Mr. Wright feels? This can't be happening!
It appears the time of the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
What?
Oh, thank God, Edgeworth! One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would most certainly be premature. Oh, come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gent. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to her! Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye!
That's my man!
I love
my
Edgeworth,
point.
bro! I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Hey!
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Oh, Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Like Edgeworth has finally decided to take the horse by the reins. Let's do this shit. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though.
Please don't do that, that's critical to my case. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman.
Shut up, Your Honor, I'm girl bossing.
What the fuck?
Isn't it
Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Hmm.
Man, that's enough for me!
Well, okay.
He sure gave in first. I mean, he is Von Karma's, student. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I will never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth,
What the fuck are you smoking?
what does have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Good luck, Wright. Wait, what? This was your idea! Alright, we're gonna press everything. I'm sorry, Witchy, you have to do a lot of talking.
No, it's alright.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in the command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. I'm not that old, you see? Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite a pair. Don't say that.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ. I wanted to play that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to the dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Phoenix! We were talking.
Look, we're being thorough, okay?
Yes, too dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Doc was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Doc proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. You opened the door, Emma! Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would be also be why he was the first to run after Doc.
When Doug grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
Man, it sure would be helpful if I had a spirit medium around. Looks at the Maya-shaped hole next to me on the bench. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
Yes, the things that illuminate rooms when they're dark, Your Honor.
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. What is electricity?
I'm so old!
If it was pitch dark in that room, you should have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. Then sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Let's hear some more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard it all?
Ask about the picture, yeah.
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. No, it didn't. But the picture was there.
Witness, would you mind if we edit this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would mind. No, it isn't.
Maybe we should present,
The picture isn't lost. It's right here.
but
It was sitting in Chief Gant's desk. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy! All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, the opposite side of a piece of paper. Something that has clearly been established in this series as something fucking impossible for you to comprehend. Seriously, that's how we got Red White in case 2. Was by flipping over a piece of paper, and we had to bring Maya back from the dead to figure that out.
This is the evidence list for the Sale 9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. What's this?
Why is it silent? Just rotate it 90 degrees, Your Honor. Yes, what is that?
hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Oh, good. Too many people to be wrestling here.
Is that what that is? What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth. Talking bullshit! That the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago wasn't complete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?!
Order! Miss Sky, why didn't you draw your picture on the back of this such important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman had in me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite inconceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Look at him.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
That thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room.
Fucking
Gumshoe.
anomalous fucking thing. Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Am I?
Very well. Witness? Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. I know that, like, at 14, you're not much of an artist, but, like, the thing that, like, the shadow guy was holding that was probably dark, it didn't really look like a knife. It looked like a baton or something. Like, I get that you were, like, traumatized as a child, but, like, put an edge on that, man.
And then she drew a blue badger that's... I
Yeah.
don't know what has the connection.
This is a picture I drew 2 years ago.
See, look, that doesn't look like a knife. It's got, like, the square edge.
Or perhaps it was the thinker.
It was the thinker! That's right. Larry traveled back in time 2 years ago and gave the clock he made to Lana Skye.
Larry is the real serial killer.
Larry was Joe Dirk the whole time! Just read the fucking testimony before I have an aneurysm. Oh my god. That's so... I feel like we shouldn't joke about that or it's gonna end up being true.
To that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Oh my god, I'm in tears.
To think
A flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
I feel like the image of someone being murdered is gonna get burned into your mind no matter what's going on around you. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I... Hold on. Flash of lightning. Brother must have fainted.
she saw in an instant.
Wait a second. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found when it was missing tip. Single stab wound piercing heart or lung. Date and time of death. A single stab wound. Heart or
Piercing.
lung. That's not... That angle doesn't line up. That angle doesn't line up. Look, he's covering his chest.
Uh-huh.
And that doesn't look like a... That knife looks weird. It looks more like
This...
a lance with a broken tip.
Can we present it? Or maybe we should say before that, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither, but I have an idea. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? Oh, but I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
2 years ago. Yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply point out this contradiction for us.
This doesn't look like a knife. Like,
Uh,
knives have a very distinct feature in that they're pointy. And I feel like even at 14 and traumatized, you would know the difference between a triangular point and a rectangular one.
you would know the difference between knife and the thinker.
And the thinker? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. I'm not stupid, you dumb fuck!
And my cataracts are so terrible, I'm legally not allowed to drive myself here.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
But it wasn't broken until after it stabbed Neil.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Oh,
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of that?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right.
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There may be another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah!
Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Lana confessed to that. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with David Gann. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
That's true, and there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Just like S2 killed Detective Goodman's.
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. Not necessarily a knife, but a halberd.
Uh-huh.
The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright,
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
Assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
Murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
On the photo.
It's the halberd here. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This isn't a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of the Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Who said it? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list, please?
His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
Wait a second.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Ah! This music! I'm gonna pop a fucking blood vessel.
What the frick? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this spot away deep inside me.
Perhaps it could be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. I don't know if interesting is the right word for it, Phoenix. Aggravating, frustrating, banal, frustrating.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them.
You ran directly towards the serial killer?
what a dumb child she is. I'm sorry.
I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just when there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
The blue badger is the killer.
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Shit.
How can it...
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense...
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana,
What's the meaning of this? Please remain sitting in the defendant chair.
but you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence!
Wow, not even order, just silence!
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination without you, Miss Sky. And I mean Lana. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we finally get into the core of this matter. Here we go. His recollection.
Okay.
Saw that man raise his knife, and which was both of them. Another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on.
What?
Hold on a fucking... This
Wait,
better not...
wait.
I better not be...
Wait, what's going on? You can't be serious.
I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. If this is what I think... This is like such a shot in the dark. But like the handles are really specifically placed. Oh my god.
Just
Oh my god. It's literally perfect. It's literally 1-to-1 perfect. I'm gonna fucking... I'm going to actually pop a blood vessel. This case is so aggravating. Oh my fucking god. Okay. There you go. Oh my god, the music went dead. That means it's right. God damn it. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like a blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. I
How'd you do this
am
before?
going to have an aneurysm. That's it, right? Looks like it.
Wait, I think it is, but maybe you should like
Like,
I don't know. Yes, can you like turn it clockwise?
oh, wait. Oh, because it's smaller.
Yeah.
So it's like this.
No, I think there's another like.
Well, that little divot thing, that's not rounded.
You think?
Because it... So it looks like the little jangles.
Well, let's try it then.
Well, is this a miracle or what? Sure, miracle, Phoenix. That's a word for it.
yes.
God. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Please stop the music.
It can't be. That's fucking stupid.
Order!
The defense has proven its claim.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life, and I've been alive a really long fucking time.
The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this?
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. It changes where the murder was. It wasn't on Lana's side of the room, it was on Gant's. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? It means that it was in... Hold on. It means it was here. It was on Gant's side of the room, not Lana's.
Yes, because you
Because
can
look,
see
the jar's right there.
and the golden armor, it stands on the Gant's side of the office, not Lana's.
Yeah.
So the location.
Yes. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it was these two facts that reveal what really transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what was that reason, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, who could have sent the jar flying?
That being the impact that man made when he was knocked onto the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mia, I need your help.
Mia!
Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took
Mia,
place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh.
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
No!
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So, it was the witness who took the victim's life.
Guilty!
Fucking execute her!
Bailiff,
And then
shoot
what?
her!
And then prove her. And then prove with her testimony. This is
Unprecedented!
unprecedented.
What the?
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dog murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? The jar.
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it totally would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that would work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. What about the blood on the jar? Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
Your sister is guilty!
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
The
The
blood on
writing.
the jar?
The writing on the jar. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. The message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased.
This jar.
Does
That
it really
blood's
have
gotta
a
spell
name
out.
written
That
on it?
blood's gotta spell out something. I can't rotate it, but that definitely looks like Emma. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. The message is left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
They're here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used his few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave to us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Let's connect some dots. His murderer's name.
Oh,
Oh, wait, hold on.
Emma.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the only one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? You can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. You understand the implications of what you done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there?
Order!
God, fucking judge voice. Gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Really? Really? It's not over yet?
No, it's not. I fucking... This better be it. Final day. Trial ladder. Okay. I don't know if it's a mic thing, Witchy, but actually I think your judge voice is so high-pitched your mic isn't picking it up. Because you keep cutting off at the beginning and end of your sentences.
I believe it's my mic.
I think... Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupted anything, pals. Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And topping it all off, you call me here? I've seen people happier at funerals. I take Alana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? He said if you plan to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Yeah. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. I like the little duck. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? 3 more days of this case. Credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were aware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. But first I'm gonna take a break because I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
We need bathroom break music. You're right, chat. We need some idle music for while I'm gone. Jesus. There's still no. I have been live for more than 3.5 hours, and it's just Witchy. You're a real one. If you're here, I guess I don't know. But it's okay. Okay, chat. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be over soon. It has to be, because if it isn't, I'm going to explode. Witchy, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Witchy, just so that, like, the audio picks it up and, like, the mic doesn't glitch out, do you mind if I take over the judge again?
Yeah, okay.
Your voice was excellent, I should say. It was hilarious, and I will try and get it in where I can, but it is making my mic freak out. It's making my audio freak out. I don't think OBS is liking it.
Yeah, I don't know for sure because it may be my mic also like glitching. I probably should get a new headphones actually because the headphones I'm using now is my mother's actually.
I mean, I think it was just a matter of the pitch and like how my audio is set up, gating it out.
Probably, yeah.
So we're working on it.
But don't worry, I don't mind taking over Judge
Wait.
because it's funny to make his voice.
One of my people is... Hold on, a friend of mine's asking me where I am. Like, bro, I am live on twitch.tv/10circlerose right now. Sorry, I'm shilling to a friend of mine.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm sorry.
What was that?
It's nothing. It's choked up.
Bro, I cannot
The travel on the sky.
I mean, sorry. Yeah.
What?
The OBS is not picking that up. I don't know why, I'm sorry.
No.
Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry...
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, the nominees where the prosecution calls for the witness. To concern that you, Mr. Agent, they have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just everyone's been talking and... Why the fuck? Stop texting me! Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will now allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls...
Damon Gant.
Let's do this. Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant! What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. No. Fuck off. I'm turning off my phone. Jackass. Stop texting me. I'm not answering any more of his texts. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is David Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Well, actually, Witchy, you probably could do the judge. Can you, like, turn the register down a little bit? So it's not quite as high-pitched? Because I think that's what my mic didn't like.
Okay,
I realize that, like, I'm giving you basically voice directions here, but, like, just so I can actually pick you up. Now, the Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time that when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
Great, so the chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
That was perfect. My OBS caught that. You're good. Also, that's fucking bullshit! Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. Witness may now begin his testimony.
how do I sign, by the way?
It looks like OBS is picking it up. I mean, the voice was excellent from the start. I think OBS is picking it up now. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged a crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Is that when Derek was arrested?
Him? Oh, he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Only on our questioning. It had nothing to do with the forgery. But both the evidence list and the jar were on his end of the office.
Forgery.
Half this list was found in Gant's desk. And the fragment was found in his safe. So he had to know something. Let's try the jar. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
The blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier. was actually found inside your desk.
It was found there?
See, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Huh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so. Isn't that right, Rachel? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Celery cutting noises.
Yes, well, in the light of detectives' presence, please give us your testimony regarding this piece of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Oh my god.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Lower the
I'm okay, I'm okay.
lower the pitch a little, because that could
Yeah.
be what's straining your voice.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
why I toned it down with mine. My. Oh, kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. And if they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
Is that better? Is that any easier on your throat?
Yeah, it's much easier. Thank you.
Awesome. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Hudgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
No, they're just old.
They're just... Old people can just understand each other. Let's see, hold on. I want to press some of these things. Maybe the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, it would. Rearranging the crime scene would absolutely help you out because it would clear you of guilt. Or of any suspicion at all. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? It would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. Oh, and that too. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? No comment. What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible reason for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Oh, don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Pudgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
by all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there were nothing in it for me. But there is something in it for him. He protects Lana, and then puts her in charge as chief prosecutor, and then the chief prosecutor owes him a debt. So he has complete control of the prosecutor's office. That's why Lana's subservient to him. Because she owes him. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Has there been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, will he help someone out? Yes. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have been helped forge evidence?
It was Lana. Because he helps Lana forge the evidence protecting Emma. Then, Lana owes Gant the debt of, hey, you helped me protect my sister. Then Gant makes her chief prosecutor, and now the chief prosecutor and head of the entire prosecution office is in his debt. So now he basically controls the prosecution office.
Yeah, let's pretend.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Judge, how senile are you?
Oh, wait! You must mean puppet is in someone forced to do his big...
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than just conjecture.
Also, I'm sorry about cutting you off sometimes before you're done reading the box. The game just skips through dialogue boxes sometimes.
No, it's alright.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Murphy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This isn't affront of the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Watch me. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. Oh, you bitch! It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Yes. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence.
The ID card record. That's Gant's ID that came in before the murder.
Yes.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You told me.
This dumbass set his vault code to his actual ID? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on the top of the list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial is supposed to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Bitch, I'm talking! No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Which, if you need to, take a break and drink some water or something, absolutely do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be back in a few seconds.
Okay. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Wait, hold on. Lost item report can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Take that! Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. You would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. Yeah, but wait! The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I couldn't... I don't think so. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I just thought it was taking a useless clue taking up space. Wait a minute. Wait. This screwdriver. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Edgeworth was at the police station to pick up his award. Gant dumped Goodman's body in Edgeworth's car while he was there to pick up his award, and then gave him the screwdriver to bring back to the office. So Goodman's body was already in Edgeworth's car when he drove back from the police station. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Welcome back, Witchy. You alright?
Yeah, I feel much better, thank you.
Awesome. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car! Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Sorry, Witchy. Do you want to take
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense on outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
I'm not that old! Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
But that's not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of the police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without considering proof. Oh, concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof?
What could possibly be the proof?
There's nothing. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I have a really bad idea.
What is it?
We don't have any evidence. We have one person that we haven't properly talked out with yet. I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Be that, Hoji.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yoji, I'll leave the rest to you.
Really? We just,
We didn't have anything.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an effort of a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Ah!
Oh, thank you, Edward.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. We haven't heard from Lana. The lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
Lana, she may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Larry Butts, the real killer. Oh, obviously Lana.
It's Mike Meekins.
It's Mike Meekins.
Defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final...
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
oh, finally!
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony.
It's been 4 hours!
4 hours?
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
What a terrible man.
A terrible person.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, please don't. This court is now in recess.
Wow, you've really fucked yourself, right? Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Hey, Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Hey, don't worry, I've already decided where I want to work now. At your office. My office? Sure, I'll take the place of that top-knotty girl you worst to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
Chief, it is no right to be casually involved. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that? Simple. The chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hey, Emma.
Emma.
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. I did kill a person. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved? Yeah, now I know I'm just as much of a murderer as Joe Dark was, so he's a lot less scary.
I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Are you becoming to a joker?
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall onto that armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Ah! What is that, our fourth to be continued screen this stream? It's been almost 4.5 hours. It was bright as afternoon outside when I started the stream, and now it's night.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
What
it's
the
like
hell? I fucking...
so.
Why are people
Are you-
still texting me? Fucking- I can't go to the... Why is everyone talking about this fucking party? I can't go! I'm committing justice!
So, like, are we going to finish the case?
I thought this was the Trial Ladder 2. Part 2 of this trial. This better be the fucking end. February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm.
Now, Anne. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the core of your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, the testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. But the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth? No, she isn't! We know that!
This is Ace Attorney game. She's not telling the truth. She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she really is screaming in agony. Like, ah!
This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
We just gotta start pressing shit. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. It's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So, when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Doc's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. What? Planted the tip of Dark's knife in the wound?
And then you moved the body?
Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. The jar that only fell when Emma knocked Marshall over.
Uh-huh.
In your series of events, Lana, Emma didn't do anything. So the jar wouldn't have fallen. Right?
Probably.
Yes.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And here's where the contradiction lies. Did she shatter it? In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. She broke the jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Oh my god, this is another testimony? Immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Wait, hold on.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold on. Wait a second. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But she didn't. There was a piece in Gant's safe. There was one missing. So she didn't get all of them. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Why couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all alone.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time I was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first.
I'm not doing that. The game is skipping the boxes on its own.
No, it's alright. It can't happen.
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Uh.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait. I'm not the one on the trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gan do that?
In light of what has happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Ow! Fuck, that was like hurt. No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more of my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I'm defending you.
What is her problem? We're trying to defend her in the court.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Everyone I've defended was innocent. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell full lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. What? If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Final time!
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased the evidence that linked her to the murder. I achieved Gant helped me move the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was implied on the armored sword?
You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Wait.
A book she gave us? No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Understood evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Huh?
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I didn't remember getting something from her then.
Let's check this evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. On that book, perhaps? The dog?
What?
The dog?
The duck?
Is this the dog?
Maybe. I don't...
Actually, wait, am I just seeing things, or I just saw something sticking out of the book? Like from the pages? No. No, I'm just seeing things. I'm sorry. Evidence.
Well, my cursor's highlighting when I look at the back. Hold on. Hold a mo. How do I rotate this to be facing upright again? There we go. Wait a minute. What? Hey, there's a picture here. The handprint!
Oh my!
Piece of cloth torn out of his jacket.
Oh! This is the actual crime scene.
Know what the detective saw the crime scene like this? Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Honest picture inserted to the court record.
Mr. Wright! This picture cut off from his vest. This piece cut off from his vest. Could it be...
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
Oh,
What's
so
this?
that's how she left her fingerprints on it.
This is a handprint. Oh, sorry. That was Emma.
No, it's okay. That glove, it had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those are must be in the real murderer?
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips, turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Well, most of the blood is draining out of my head. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the street. Oh shit.
This fucker's back.
Come now, Uji. This is the hottest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean... you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is it true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm as sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Hold on.
Huh.
No, Your Honor. I can't show evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I could present at this point in time. What? You lie.
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Emma,
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it has been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
That piece of cloth wasn't relevant to the case, so of course I couldn't present it. I didn't have any more relevant evidence. After all, that's one of the 2 rules of evidence law. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Wright. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
so you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. Or that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that as evidence to get Joe Doc convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. Those 2 pieces of evidence. You mean the items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Raito, cough it up already. I know you haven't.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you don't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Now I can show evidence. Because now it's relevant to the case. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then.
Alright then, let's do this conclusive evidence.
Well, I hope this works. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on it, piece of the cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
However, the fingerprints belong. Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Here we go, Phoenix. Very well, I'll tell you.
I'm sorry,
Should be
Emma.
okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Person to whom these fingerprints belong to
Emma Sky.
is Emma Sky.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? Take this, Emma.
Oh! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did show Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints were there all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't. The Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer.
Phoenix,
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Look at the blood on his jacket. That piece was already missing when he was shoved.
oh, yes, you're right.
And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. It's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Doesn't have any blood on it.
Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over.
Why? No.
Objection! Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute to allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. It wasn't legal yet.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of evidence was not legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Miss Gant claims he's legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it?
I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Oh, Aji! Don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Clearly, Your Honor, you have some reading to do. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Skye's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying that I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for you to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented?
Shown only a few moments ago.
No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up his whole nine. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well. Much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example of elders on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When his trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
Sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top.
Aww.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you're still acting as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
This trial has gone on far too long already.
I could not agree with you more, Your Honor. It has been 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 33 seconds. Too fucking long.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
Not guilty.
guilty.
Oh my fucking god.
We did it!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Ugh.
5 hours! I can't believe it! 5 hours! It's 6 in the morning.
At long. Go to sleep, Witchy. I will do the rest.
No. We're gonna finish this.
Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended,
I can see why Mia Faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Done well. Aww.
I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You have superb timing, Gumshoe. Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Come back, detective!
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Oh.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Oh, well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through these past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis,
Such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
but sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you would come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma.
Oh,
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find our way back to the rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Who are you talking to, pal? At least that's what I felt watching these two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me! Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me.
Huh?
No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Not only that, but I can't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Eamon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma? Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The evidence list. Half we found at Gant's desk, but the other half Edgeworth had.
We complete each other, Edgeworth. That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't mean a lawyer like that every year. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
It's the first book I ever bought. Studied well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
So, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? This is just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Yeah, basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a way outside.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Mr. Wright, you're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
And that was Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney.
Oh, that was great.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, it's not over. Arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. This game was monumentally stupid. It was fun, but oh my god was it stupid. Obviously this is not... Oh shit. Yikes! No, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end though, yeah, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show. Can't shake me off that easily. This case was a marathon and an ordeal, and I am never going to play this game for this long ever again. It is 5 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. That is the longest I've ever been live. Ever. And I am exhausted. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy! Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard! My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him, no! Someday I'm gonna make detective! Fucking what? Stop! I hate you, Meekins. You're the worst fucking character in fiction. Get out of my game. Get out of my life. This took so fucking long. Obviously, this is not meant to be an actual display of the justice system. Liberties are taken for the purposes of what could either be satire or gameplay. That doesn't make it any less frustrating. This game had a lot of fun ideas. The character designs are diverse and excellent, if highly unrealistic. And I'll admit, they are memorable. I do plan on continuing the trilogy. However, I don't know if I'm going to be jumping straight into the next Ace Attorney game out of this one. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambino back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water. However, yes, I will not be going straight to the next game. I will probably try to find something else to play for a while.
Yes.
Because this game takes a lot out of me. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Wright Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout scene. It's a hot sellout during around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. These games take a lot out of me, both in voice and in energy. It is nice to have people who join me, so thank you for that, Witchy, but for the love of God, go to sleep now. The game is over.
Yeah, the game is over. But I gotta wait for you to end the stream.
No, you don't. Go to bed. It's 6 in the morning for you.
I'll never forget it. Let's see what his name again. Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better go. Oh no, I forgot my game. Oh, sorry, I gotta go.
Okay. These games have all of the stupidity of Yakuza, but they're not nearly as fun to play, and they take so much more out of me. I will be continuing the Ace Attorney series eventually, but I don't think I'm going to be jumping straight into the sequel next week.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Mara, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. However, there are parts I enjoy. Of course, there are characters I like a lot, and the various dynamics and a lot of the dialogue can be very fun. I do hope that more people will show up for these later on, so that it's not just two voices.
Yeah,
not that it's not wonderful having you, Witchy, but obviously you cannot be showing up to these every single time. It is far too late. Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. What's going on?
So yeah, it would be nice if more people showed up, other than you and me, because voicing every character is really hard.
So long. It takes so much.
Oh, thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Yep. Of course. Ah, that's lovely. Okay. Rise
Thanks,
from the ashes.
people.
And that is the end of the first game. That is the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice. That was really, really nice.
And soon, sometime in the future, next week, we will not be playing it, but sometime in the future, we'll figure out the slots later. We will be playing the sequel to this game, Phoenix Wright,
Justice-
Ace Attorney, Justice for All. However, we're not doing that now. I'm going to bed. As should
So
you,
am I.
Richie. Chat, it has
Yes.
been lovely having you. Saturday, 5 p.m. EST, we will be starting something. We'll figure it out. And Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST, we will be continuing Yakuza Kiwami 2. But until then, I have been JF Tentacle Rose. I'm going to fucking bed. This has been a 5.5-hour ordeal. Good night.
See you all in the next stream. Bye bye.
Bye bye.